Welcome back, everyone. Had not, opened MTGO since our last stream on, I think that was July, must have been July 3rd, with Romario. We played the Paradigm Shift deck. Today I'm back with Elves and hoping to. Well, I had a couple of things in mind. I guess you, the audience, can help me build the sideboard tonight, if wanted. But there's a couple ways I think to build the sideboard at the moment with the, I guess, discovery, if you will, of Shriekmaw. A lot of this goes back to the fact that we're no longer priced into playing Assassin's Trophy because due to the printing of Baseju. Notably, now we don't need to play more flexible cards, so we have to answer like a random moat or random tabernacle or whatever it may be, right? But Seiju is an uncounterable way of doing that, and actually, I did a quick spreadsheet. Just I want to say yesterday or the day. Actually, it was yesterday. I made a quick spreadsheet of all the different removal spells that we could play, um, and they essentially boil down to four categories. One is the Shriek Maul, which you get is the new discovery that you get rewarded for it being a creature, in essentially a creature-centric deck, right? Like there's the synergy with Guy's Cradle if you evoke it or even hardcast it. Obviously, the synergy with Once Upon a Time where you can find removal in the mid game if need be, and most notably where it's relevant, coincidentally, is with Glimpse of Nature because I've found against Delver you get to these weird board states in the middle of the game, especially if your opponent is like hell bent, so to speak, on winning the early tempo battle and trying to essentially cheese you out more or less, right? You get to these board states in the middle of the game, and you want your glimpse to essentially be the ancestral recall to their expressive iteration, right? Like they're getting two cards, we're gonna get three. Now, just to get to the mid game, I've found is not entirely easy without kind of emptying your hand, so to speak, to force pressure. And Shriek Maul being a removal spell that also triggers Glimpse of Nature means we can actually continue that pressure into the mid game steadily. Notably, it being worse against some of these other creature decks is a real liability. So the argument is maybe we don't want three copies, but two or even one is possible. The other removal options I think are, in addition to Shriekmaw, are obviously Snuff Out, which is just a haymaker against these Reclaimer decks or these Aether Vial decks. Or anything creature combo really that doesn't involve black. I think Snuff Out is just a haymaker of a card. Probably the highest ceiling of these four options that I'm gonna discuss. Um, and then the third one is the flexible Assassin's Trophy, and then the fourth one is Runabout, which is the most narrow of the four. And I don't think any of the other options are currently better than those four as we speak. The exception to that is Fatal Push is very good, but has one big flaw at the moment. Namely, it cannot target a Murktide region. But most of the other options are worse than one of those four options in one way or another. So, for instance, um, Abrupt Decay is just a worse Assassin's Trophy, I think, going forward. I think like Doom Blade and those kind of effects are probably just worse than Assassin's Trophy as well. There is no replacement, I think, for Snuff Out, and Shriek Maw is probably the best of those kind of options where it's a creature. The other ones are like Murderous Rider or what is it? I forgot what it's called. I think Shredder is what it's called. I don't remember. I made a spreadsheet. I'm gonna bring that up. So this is gonna be on my Patreon pretty soon, but might as well just sneak peek it here. Um, but yeah, I made this kind of spreadsheet just yesterday. Hey, HD Fox, and essentially talk. Yeah, Andrea Mengucci, 5-0 definitely with Jurg's Malmo list that you're been undefeated in and split the top four. So this is like a spreadsheet of I think the different options. I think all the other options are like worse than one of these four, and really to me, you should play the first two. Like trophy is nice, and then run of foul I think is like very specific metagames where merit league is popular. But what's it called? I think here we're gonna try to build the perfect sideboard. I think the main deck I'm pretty happy with. I think like some could. Did you know that all the hydras are? That is true. I think going forward, there's only really a couple ways you can build a main deck. I think some people definitely want the security blanket of playing the fourth Allosaur Shepherd, and I think that's fine. Like, I personally only think three is necessary because you don't really want to in certain situations against these blue decks because especially early on if they like aggressively force your stuff, then it becomes kind of a dead draw. Also, if you just draw it against something like goblins, it is just a terrible draw. And you want to avoid drawing like Allosaur Shepherd against these tribal decks. Goblins. What is it? A D&T comes to mind. Anything with Thalia in it, besides maybe Soldier Stompy. Like Maverick is kind of a bad matchup, or well, bad for Shepherd. I mean, Green White Depths. Like all of these matchups, you don't really want to draw Shepherd. And I know the quick reply to that is, well, we played 4 Ragavan in blue red when it was legal, even though it was bad against similar decks. The difference is we don't have brainstorm. We can't put it back. So ideally, if you draw one, you live with it. Drawing two might just be the game right there. You might just lose on the spot. If you draw two shepherds and you're playing against green white depths, right? I think yeah. So that is the difference. We don't have brainstorm to put it back, unlike the other Ragavan decks. So that is the reason why I only play three. I think four is like fine if you feel like you need that kind of, I guess, security blanket, or you play against a lot of Chalice decks, for instance. I've been fine with three personally, and I think either way is like probably okay. The other one is I know Inigo likes to play Boseiju. We played 3 copies in the past. I think two is probably fine because I think an experienced opponent will know to play around Boseiju if they can't already. So really, you don't want to open with 2 copies, right? That's kind of like having a Lotus Petal in hand. Not to mention you make yourself more vulnerable to non-basic hate. I found two kind of to be the sweet spot. Three was really good initially because players didn't know about it, just get blown out, right? Whatever. But I think two is probably fine. I think three is okay too. But more or less the main deck I feel is mostly solved. The sideboard I think is where it gets interesting. I think the locks are the 4 Thoughtseizes, the 3 Endurances, 3 total removal spells of some sort. 2 if you have the 4th Shepherd main. You don't need 3, right? Removal spells because you have an extra card main. Um, I personally really like Duress. I think it has a high floor. If you are my good friend Adam Wallace, I think Cabal Therapy is like very reasonable. I tend to always miss with therapy. Maybe I just need to get goods, as they say. But I like the high floor Duress personally. And hey, Ixiba, I'm glad to hear that you're 4-0 with Dread still. I think the Caracas is also a lot of value for just one slot. So a lot of this feels like we're just already kind of predetermined what we're going to play right now. I think there is some merit to playing more copies of Snuff Out because it is such a haymaker against these creature decks. But there's an argument. But then the thing is, Snuff Out is kind of bad, or can be bad, against Delver. I think if you want to be as good against Delver as possible, probably not where we want to be. And originally in this slot, we were playing Murderous Cut, but I have it here. But I know I put Murderous Cut under the Assassin's Trophy box that's been superseded. It's really under the Shriek Mob slot, in my opinion. Hey, Yogg. And the reasoning is because I think it's just like they kind of do different things, but I think Shriek Maw is, for the most part, almost always going to be better than the Murderous Cut going forward. I mean, obviously, I'm generalizing. Hey, High Star, how's it going? Yeah, the daily dose. I'm glad to supply, so to speak, right? Could be the connect. Um, I think this is what I would like to play, but I am leaving the forum up to the Twitch chat tonight to see what you would want me to play. Now, obviously, I think if there is a strong sentiment for me to play Snuff Out, we can test that tonight and maybe go down to one Shriek Maul. That would make us better against creature combo, but a little bit worse, in my opinion, against Delver. Uh, I think Force of Vigor, the second copy, is like reasonable, but there's only so much room, right? So we can either continue with this or we can play as many free spells as possible. So that was the other thing I had in mind. There is a world we just cut the duresses, we play like the Mindbreak traps, we play the Force of Vigor, and then these become like two Snuff Outs, and then I kind of call that, hey Negator, hey Tom, how's it going? I want you to play Elves Depths. Okay, so that is something I've actually done in the past. I think it was 2019 when Reclaimer first came out. I played like I didn't know how to build the deck at first, so I cut the natural orders and then play like 4 crop rotation and then play like 1 depths, 1 stage. Also with like the tutor package, it was like kind of neat. The problem was I got to the showcase or the equivalent at the time, I guess in late 2019, and I think I went 6-2. Anybody want to guess what my 2 losses were to? Given that I didn't have natural order and I played essentially a very dark depth oriented, a very depth oriented elf build. So I'm sure this won't come to a shock, but my 2 losses during that showcase event, not to Storm. Actually, the Storm matchup gets better because he had like main deck bog and like 4 crop rotation at the time. Also, anything with like Merit Lage got better because we had the Caracas main. Because we cut the natural order package for the 4 crop rotations, right? I could not beat Moonstompy, so I went 0-2 in that event against Moonstompy just because like I can't make a Merit Lage anymore, and it's hard to go wide against these kind of Stompy decks. But we could play that, I guess. Although that was a little bit more tangent. Actually, I know Tom is in retirement at the moment. I would love Tom to come on and we can actually both pilot it together soon. I can also just play that tonight if that's what the viewers want. But I did want to kind of nail down the sideboard, so to speak. But yeah, I think we could. So would the audience rather see me play like more free spells? Obviously, that's kind of broken, right? But then I hate really Mind Break Trap this card. That's pun not intended, by the way. I really like the high floor of Duress, personally. I think Mind Break Trap might have been fine maybe years ago when I think Elves didn't have particularly a great combo matchup. But I do think Elves, besides Blue Red Delver and besides maybe the Chalice decks, I think behind those decks, I would say we had the best combo matchup maybe after that. Obviously, I may be forgetting something. I do think we definitely have a better combo matchup than like the Fair Blue decks. And obviously, and the big reason for that is discard, right? But otherwise, I think if there are no, what's it called? If there are no, I think I want the crop. Just as a flexible sideboard card. I think if there are no recommendations, I'll try this and we can adjust according to the second league. I'm hoping to get 2 in tonight, but we are starting a little bit later than normal, so we'll see where we get. If something's broke, play. That's it. I vote the rest. Yeah. So the thing is, I feel like Mindbreak Trap. A lot of this is a league too, so Mindbreak Trap might be a little bit better. But I feel like we want the high floor duress, which is like better against things like Sneak and Show or whatnot, or Doomsday even, right? Also, notably, we have the Saga avatar now, which is cool. I'm sure all the crop rotation players out there will appreciate that. And yeah, I think this is what I started with tonight. The other version where I'm trying to play as many free spells as possible or whatever, I kind of like nicknamed it free spell elves, where I think we have 10 total, right? We would have the second Force of Vigor instead of the crop rotation. And then the duress is become the mind break traps, and then this is like, and then we have the 4 endurances already, and then we play 2 snuff outs. That's like 10 free spells, right? So let's see how this goes. Bring up the list again. Like I said, I think Mindbreak Trap, there is some merit for it in leagues. Arguably probably better than the duress. Might regret that, but we'll see. We're playing against Slow Bros. Or Slow BRZ. Ugh. They are usually on Delver. Not really the type of hand I want to keep against Delver, where we had like, kind of a slow hand and like high CMC cards to draw, right? I'm gonna mulligan here. This is like better. Although to be fair, the last few times I played against them, they were on like this Jeskai mid range. So we'll see. But even then, like, I don't think we want the hoof in our hand, right? It's like a high. Things can go wrong, right? You've been following the NBA free agency. My friends keep mentioning stuff to me. I have been. I think for anybody who's interested in the NBA, the big news obviously being the trade request made by Kevin Durant. So we'll see where he ends up. Um, I think here, like, we don't want our opponent to just go double threat, right? I think we're just gonna play the Reclaimer and force their hand. Obviously, they could daze it, but I think if they daze it, that's okay with us. I tend to like, if I know for unless I know for sure they have removal, I tend to like to go with a safe play. I'm just gonna like, well, I tend to go with the high whatever play, the high reward play. If that makes sense. If they want to daze a second time, I think we live with it. The reason why is I don't want to waste mana. Tip when I was on the stream with Romario, typically you can play around days or whatnot. This is not really the type of deck that we want to be mana inefficient. So I think they're gonna Murktide here. Okay, they're gonna Shredder. Sure. I don't think we care too much about this card. It's a little bit slow against us. I think the card that matters most is Murktide Regent. Obviously, the mana denial can matter, but I mean, we opened our hands with 2 buys. Like we can't do anything about that. Um, so we can just like force their hand, so to speak, by playing the Glimpse and just drawing 2. Um, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that trade was horrible, Sadra. In my opinion, I don't think Minnesota is like even a top team even with him. So I don't know what they're doing really. What's the worst matchup with this current side we're using? In general, anything with Rider Flame tends to be kind of a bad matchup. It's oversimplifying it, but I think here we're just gonna ramp twice. I don't know about that. Yeah, see, this is the mana denial plan I'm talking about, right? Sure. I think here we're gonna lead with the Wirewood and see what our opponent does. If they want to force, they can. I mean, there's Plague Engineer, right? So now it's kind of a rough spot, I think, for our opponent. If we draw a land, it's lethal, and they're going to be forced to tap out here. I think we have a lot of draws that win the game. I mean, that's just easy mode. All right. Pretty good so far. I think we made the right decision by mulling, right? Like, our hand was kind of weak to a Delver start, and especially with one of the cards being a hoof, I think it was like a fairly not free, obviously, but fairly easy mull. And our opponent is, even though they haven't been on Delver lately, when I played against them, they there's a decent chance to be on it. All right, so yeah, 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 for sure. The decision, really, in my opinion, there were two decision points where that mattered. I think one was like whether the lead would reclaim her or not. I think the second one was the turn that we glimpsed. There is an argument to be made. Um, there's an argument to be made to just force everything through with what to call it with Shepard, and then there. But then the thing is, like, I don't really care in general when my opponent forces my glimpse of nature because they're down two cards, right? Although, or in this case, a daze that just essentially uh, a 0 for 1, more or less. I think here we're going to go ahead and just board the Shriek Mauls. This is actually the exact matchup we want them for, so we'll see how they play out. And I know this card looks like it's not legacy playable, but I think it does a lot in this matchup. Notably, turning on your Glimpse of Natures earlier, which is the big thing. Also, being found off once upon a time is like a big thing as well. I think Shredder is kind of an interesting card because it's 2 mana for a deck that really wants one. I think this is good. Obviously, the bog here is like pretty nice. Uh, I feel like they could have stifle. Well, I don't know. Um, given they're on, I don't. Yeah, I don't know if I want to just walk into stifle here. I'm gonna go ahead and ramp. Okay, I think that was a stifle if that's the case. So the thing is, like Max Gilmore has recently been playing like a rug version of this deck, and I don't know if he runs Unholy Heat or not, but the point is, I think here we're gonna do that. See if it gets dazed. Um, they've left up Stifle when they could have Unholy Heat. Interesting. I think we want to bog now. I mean, maybe I'm not playing around nothing, but their fetch sequencing suggests to me as at least a Stifle. Yeah. Eight AC pods. I do know Max's list plays Stifle, but this is like a blue-red version, so who knows? But yeah, it does definitely feel like they are trying to hold up Stifle, for whatever that's worth. I think notably here, we're gonna bash first and see what happens. And then I think we can endurance into Grist potentially. Now I want to just run the endurance in, right? Like, hey Mike, thank you for the subscription. You're the real MVP. Hey, I think the way they're playing definitely suggests that they have Stifle, and maybe they're just like maybe caught on the fact that we were playing around it. Although again, it could be nothing too. Like we don't know. Sure. Nice. That's nice. All right. So I think here we're gonna go ahead and glimpse and see what happens. I know, right? It's coming up exactly the way we wanted to near here. This is exactly what we drew up. They had three cards in hand? I thought they had two. Oh, okay, that's why. I know, right? Honorary Hydra. I think here we get the Bayou in case they waste us because we can't play around it anyways. Oh, a turn late. I think we do this. And then we can get the value off the Shriek Maw here, right? Actually, hold on. We do one. Okay, we still can't. So I think we want to just be mana intensive. If we play in today's, so be it. I think we just bash here. There's no need, no reason not to. That actually played out exactly the way I wanted to. Like, like we get the removal the same turn, which is what we want, right? The sequencing matters a lot, and why we're playing Shriek Maw. Originally, I thought it would be the Once Upon a Time, but it's actually the Glimpse of Nature that makes it more worth it. Alright, they're probably gonna put the Submerge on top. Okay, they put the Iteration on top. That's fine. I know, right? Necrotal doing work. Let's see if they force this through. I mean, they allow that to go. Okay. Okay. I think we play that just to be safe. Submerge, no, but End of Festivity is still a thing. I think we do this. Obviously, I think they could force. We're gonna kill the ledger at minimum. Actually, I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, it might just be over. I'm gonna attack with all. If they want to block, they can. I think the Shriek Maw helps a lot in this specific matchup. Uh, in the other matchups, I don't think it matters too much, but it helps a lot in this specific matchup. It used to be awkward because you get to this mid game. It used to be awkward because you get to this mid game and you're stuck with a glimpse of nature and no creatures in hand, right? Because you have to play all your creatures just to get to the mid game. And then I think yeah, it played out exactly the way I described, and I tested this actually last Saturday as well. The last time I played Elves. Sure, yeah, HD Fox. That's true. Gotta always have Dredge like on your radar, right? Or these not man, Hogak decks. All right, that went really well. I'm not gonna lie. And I think if Shriek Maw is good against, the best deck in the format, or at least the most popular, it might be worthwhile. Notably, your D&T matchup will get worse because of GT and just like, uh, because of GT and just like you want your removal at instant speed. But I think your D&T matchup is probably good enough to you can maybe withstand the downgrade. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to pair into D&T this league as well. But yeah, the drawing the extra card there off the Glimpse of Nature, or at least being able to. It's not even the draw. It's more so the ability to cast it earlier. If your opponent forces, I don't think we care. It's just we want to cast our spells on time. It does, but it is a little bit dangerous to board in Shriek Maw against these Show and Tell players because most likely they're going to Show and Tell in Gristlebrand and not Emrakul. Especially given that we're a Caracas deck already. Alright, for those who are just tuning in, oops, I guess we'll wait till the next one. Playing against Corin 6-2, or 62, I guess. Maybe they're a D&T player. This feels like a D&T name. This feels like a D&T name. That's like a little bit rough here. Between Shriek, Endurance, and Artwood Tricks, we have a ton of random ways to exile. We do, Sadra. Question is, do we want to keep this hand? I think it's like barely keepable. Actually, I think they are D&T. 70 cards. That is one problem with playing Yorion. Unless like, you want to throw players off, I guess. I think the line is to assume that they're on D&T. Or unless they're on Espervile or what's the other deck? Blue Zenith. Could be Blue Zenith. This could be Espervile here. Tundra. Could be what's popular as well right now is it could also be Cephalid Breakfast. I think here, given that we have a lot of lands, we want to save the Windswept Heap for Arbor, just in case we flood out like we are right now. I think they might be on Breakfast, actually. Like, Marsh Flats is interesting. Also, there's the Breakfast. Any Esper player will probably play All Snow because they're like me, kind of OCD, and want to play everything optimally instead of just aesthetics. I think we're just gonna have to bash, right? We might just be dead, but I mean, there's nothing we can do, right? We even had the Reclaimer turn 1, which would represent a Bog. But I mean, it is what it is. This matchup, I think, is the kind of matchup where we really want snuff out. All right, we're dead. I think if I cared enough more, I would probably check their list. But it's a league; I don't really care. I'm just gonna concede. In the interest of everybody's time, like but I've come more and more to accept like time is money, and even last week, I was in the middle of a match and I had to go, and I probably could have finished if I probably could have been okay if I played it out, but then my opponent was playing was already like 5 or 10 minutes behind me. I just felt like in the interest of like the other people around me at the time, it's best I just leave, right? I just concede because I don't want to waste their time specifically. All right. Oops, wrong one. I'll close this for now, actually. Where is our sidebar map? Here it is. Forgot how I boarded this matchup. Do I keep in Progenitus is the big question. And it looks like I do. I think for sure the crops, I wonder if we want the Shriek Maw. It's like removal, but really slow removal. Yeah, it's live EV, exactly. Magish, bookish Matt. I think we want the seizes here. I don't like seize against things like Infect. But I think here it's like probably fine. Bog is absolutely good. Endurance not so much because it doesn't actually stop the combo. They can just do it again, so to speak. And then I think we want the Force of Vigor. And then here it's like, do we want the Shriek Maws or not? Um, I feel like it's a little bit slow, so maybe not. Board out notably the Glimpse of Natures. So if I board in the Shriek Maws, I could take them off half the combo. Maybe that's worth it. Obviously, it changes if they have it changes if they have an eighth. We'll try it just because we're playing the card. Might as well get the testing in, um, since we're at it here. So let's do that. Uh, yes. If it becomes popular, to be fair, they lost to the same player, Sadra, and the same player that is also the world champion, right, in Javier Dominguez. So take that for whatever grain of salt you will. I'm not super concerned yet, but it's a cephalid breakfast. If it is a problem, then maybe we address it. I don't think we keep this hand. It's like a mode of 5 already, right? This is significantly better. And oops. Notably, the Boseiju can hit a Shuko or a Umezawa's GJ as well. So you mean he's all right at Magic? Yeah, I mean he's no slouch. I'll put it that way. So I don't think it's time to panic, so to speak. But the counter play would obviously be to play Snuff Out. That makes your Delver matchup a little bit worse for whatever that's worth. And because of Delver, in general I don't have any specific cards for the Delver matchup. But the way I build Elves, I tend to let that be the tiebreaker. So in the past, I would play, for instance, well, that's awkward. In the past, I would play Abrupt Decay over Assassin Trophy, for instance, because I needed to kill a Dreadhorde Arcanist, right? I'd rather not play Leyline, to be honest, Sacred. They can actually beat it too, because of Jite. So I don't actually think even Leyline's that great. My experience against playing these Cephalid players is they kind of expect you to bring in Yard Hate. Also, there is a chance that your opponent will just play other creatures' sorcery speed. Sorry, on the same turn. So that is also why I think Shriek Maw might not be worth it. But we brought it in for science here. But yeah, the card that I like most in this matchup is definitely Snuff Out, which is a consideration. There is a Shriek Maw. Notably, it would have been potentially like a Waterwood symbiote or something. I think we take the fetch here. Yeah, well, okay. We take the Druid. They could have the Plague Engineer. Um, yeah, I think we take the Druid actually. If they have it, we rather them kill the two Druids than they kill two Arbors, right? Where we don't have mana. Always bring in Shriekmaw for signs. Yeah, I think I definitely do like the now that we've tried it, right? I definitely think we do like the Wirewood and the Visionary better, right? Now, if we draw Shepherd, that would be great here to force the natural order through, but we'll see what they have. Stoneforge, sure. So they have the Shuko, which means they have the combo. I think we do it like this. Okay. We're probably dead, to be honest. But I don't think there's really anything we could have done. Actually, I take that back. We could have potentially mulliganed for a faster hand. All right, now we're dead. So yeah, this could need addressing in the future. And obviously, if we do need to address this matchup, it would be to play Snuff Out over the Shriek Maw. But in a vacuum, I rather have the card that's better against Delver. Also, we for signs, for whatever it's worth, we also boarded in the Shriek Maw just to see, just to verify what we thought would be true. And I do think Shriek Maw is probably too slow in the matchup, because they can just play around it by playing everything the same turn to play around the sorcery speed removal. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Is just like, do we dare them to have a combo because they have an 80 card deck and only four Narcomoebas, I guess, right? Or not Narcomoebas, Breck for Illusionist. But they happen to have it there like both games. What are we gonna do? Like, and I don't think we can just mold to like Reclaimer or mold to Thoughtseize because they do have their own. Well, they have Source of Plowshares for Reclaimer, and they also have their own discard, right, for Thoughtseize. Obviously, they could just force Thoughtseize too. So like, I don't know if that's like a winning line, so to speak. We also mold already. I think. Let's take a look. I think we also mold to six. So that there was that too, right? I have to do. I don't know how to get out of it the easier way, but here. Let's see our opening hands again, just to evaluate our mulligans. Um. So okay. So we had a hoof and whatever. I think that's a correct mole. I think we're here. We're at six. All right. We do that. They swords it. Actually, I messed up. Like I didn't think clearly. You did see a streak mob, Mike. That was really good against Delver. It won us the Delver matchup. So the thing here is, what I should have I ran to the natural order kind of tunnel it kind of having tunnel vision, but I think the correct play actually is to just get the reclaimer. So that was a punt on my behalf. Like, not playing well here. Yeah, I think I just like tunnel vision to the natural order there. Also, I figured the Once Upon a Time would at least draw something relevant, and it did not draw either the Allosaur Shepherd or the Reclaimer, so that was kind of a bummer. I think in hindsight, going back, I probably just get the Reclaimer right. Yeah. So misplay on my behalf. I actually think that we probably, I wouldn't say we would have won that game for sure, but I think we would be more in it. Ugh. This is yikes. Um, I think here, in case we flood, we're gonna save the fetches to represent Arbor. In the event we flood. I'm kind of bummed out. We 5-0 last Monday, so about 9 days ago, I guess, with Curran as a guest host with Shriek Maw. I'm kind of bummed out that list didn't get posted. Like this has happened a few different times now. Hmm. They are decent chance that they are on decent chance that they are on Moonstompy. So I think I'm not gonna walk into a Fury here, and just like wait for the next turn. Also, they have a hard time beating 3/4 Reclaimer, so they are on Moonstompy. If they have a Bone Crusher Giant here, we're gonna regret not getting the basic. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get the basic now. Yeah. So although I guess if we fetched, that would have been fine too. Didn't to thin. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, also a lot. To be fair, also this deck draws a lot of new players, so it just could be a new player. Uh, Moonstompy is the I would say probably the most popular deck if you're just like an aggro player in other formats. It plays out like a normal aggro deck, if that makes sense. The only thing is just like you curve out lock pieces too. Sure. So now here, a little bit of regret for not fetching the thin. Potentially don't draw that awkward land there, but you never know, right? Like it could have been something else. All right, that's a good draw. Nice. Also a pretty high floor. Yeah, there's that too, Sadra, for sure. Um, the correct play here is Visionary because that leaves what's it called, one mana to cast a Heritage Root if need be. That works out. I think we're gonna draw a good chunk of our deck here. I mean, especially after that. This game might be just over now. I think here we want to tap for through. Actually, no. I think we want to do it this way. The endurance is actually notably pretty strong. But I think I want to just hardcast it like later on instead of just pitching it. And then I bounce the reclaimer here so I can block the Rabble Master if need be. I think here we're gonna pitch the ones actually. Now because I want to just draw extra, right? Like, because it represents a chance to draw a lot. Because we have a double glimpse going. Yeah, so we threw away an extra. We lost 2 cards, but we drew 4, so we're ahead here, right? All right, I think the game's virtually over, but not entirely. We're gonna bin the bog, bin the land. They could like Furious. I don't think it actually matters. We're just too far ahead. Yeah. Like yeah, even they Furious here. Like, what is that gonna do? We just have too many creatures on board. The Force of Vigor here is nice. The Endurances here are really good. In general, they have in the sideboard, Mike. For what it's worth, but yeah, not in the main deck. Uh, in general, I don't really like Glimpse of Nature in this kind of match in this matchup because usually they have like either Trinisphere or a. It's usually hard to get value off the Glimpse, especially when they're on the plane. You're staring down a lot of pressure. This is typically how I board. There's like a debate. Sure, for sure, with those symbiotes and the 3/4 reclaimer is just a monster there. Just a random Tormgorth in our deck is like pretty nice, right? There's an argument to be made for the extra land, but I think the upside of crop rotation is probably better. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory, I think. Like I said, the reason why we don't board in Glimpse of Nature is because of Trinisphere and because of Chalice, right? Like, it's vulnerable to both. Not to mention, you have to be kind of like even or ahead already to cast it. And in general, in this matchup, we're not ahead but behind. Keep. This hand is amazing, actually. The only thing that can make it better is just like a basic here to play around the Blood Moon. Obviously, if they have a turn 1 that we could force, right? Alright, we're gonna once to see. I think we like. See, this is a little awkward here, right? Like, well, I guess we can beat Blood Moon here, so I think I'm gonna take the Reclaimer. Actually, I should have taken the land. I momentarily forgot about the Trinisphere, so we're not gonna be able to cast our stuff anyways until later. We can blow up the 3 ball with the with our own thing. I think we'll do that. Just pass. Uh, this scares me that they didn't do anything. It's almost like they have removal. Sure. Yeah, big regrets now for not taking the land. Yikes. Yeah, this game is a different game if I take the land. Yeah, we did Sadra for sure. That this was on me. Not playing particularly tight here. I think we probably win this game easily if I had not been so greedy there. I like got tunnel vision to one line, just like forgot about the Trinosphere. Uh, I feel like we have to fetch here for Arbor and play to our outs. Do we have an out here? I feel like the answer is no. I don't want to reveal the progenitors. Alright. So we probably should have won this game, but it's on me. We will try to play tighter this the third game here, but I definitely think we would have won this game if I had just taken a land, just like slow down a little bit. No, Mike's referring to Bookish Matt main deck, I believe. So the Confluence is in the sideboard. I believe that's what Mike is referring to. So this is like a pretty good hand, and we're gonna try to play a little bit tighter here. Obviously, anything can go wrong against this kind of deck that's like high variance, or intrinsically high variance, I should say. But we'll see. I think the endurance is probably the play here. The Wirewood is not well. I guess if we have the mana, maybe we'd cast a natural order anyways. So there's also a challenge. Sorry, a challenge. I think we take the Wirewood just in case we draw, so we can like play our spells, right? We can like Visionary into a Wirewood, like something like that in the next turn. I'm hoping they Blood Moon us here. Not Magus, but Blood Moon. Ugh. Do we do it now or no? I'm. I feel like we do it now, just to like. We might not get a chance for a little bit. And then we're gonna play towards a natural order hand now. Ideally, we just hit a land drop here. That would be the best case scenario. That works. Okay. Also, we could just potentially screw them over, right? If they don't have a soul line here. I don't think we mess around here. I think we just I think that we just do it this way and not mess around. We get the Progenitus now. Yeah. Okay. Until we should have 2-0'd, but I mean, the beauty of it is we learned something, or like to slow down, namely, right? And then we still got the win. Oops. Let's go back. Uh, Unlike the previous round where we learned something but got lost, right? I'll leave the deck up for now, and then I'm gonna use the restroom. Be back in like a minute. My wife just stepped by. She wants to show this to the chat that she got me.
No, I did not want to do that.
I work for NASA, so there's that. You think you play tighter with Guess? That's a great question, actually, Sadra. I definitely think I have more fun, Sadra, when I have Guess. And I think the level of play with Guess, I think it's probably a net neutral the same. Because I think what ends up happening is when I'm talking to the Guess, I probably play a little bit worse. but the guest probably will also catch things that I do wrong when I'm like interacting probably with chat. Yeah, bookish man. I'm just like thinking about how the game is gonna play out, and I think I don't want to get into a situation where I have to play 3 mana for a Force of Vigor going forward. So, and it definitely felt like the upside of just potentially screwing our opponent was worth it, right? Especially if they only have 2 lands or available mana. So with that said, I will be right back. I'm gonna get some water and then use the restroom. That would be great, Grateful Head. I just realized right now my title is not even accurate. I haven't updated it since the other day with Romario. So I'll go ahead and take the time to do that right now, and should be real quick to make sure we're not baiting, so to speak. All right, I just changed it. Looks like it updated. I don't know if people like something I realized today was when I if I use the term cradle control, new users may not Google that as often. So maybe I should just go with a more generic title name. Less fun though, but probably better in the long run for people to Google and whatnot. Another thing, I thought about what Sadra had said, right? Do I play better with guests? The more I think about it, I think the answer is probably yes. Because I enjoy myself more in terms of like having fun. I'm less likely to be tilted and more likely to just play better because I'm having fun. So I know this because from personal experience and just also the people I've interacted with who enjoy drawing up your deck. Cough cough, Marcus. So they tend to play better when they're happy, and there's some psychological thing that goes on. I think when that happens, and I definitely one of the reasons I guess to play the traditional Nettle Sentinels elves is if you think that makes you happy and you play better, that is like one legitimate reason to do so. Another one obviously is a little bit easier to play. It's a little more forgiving the lines because it's less complicated. Uh, And then obviously you have a slight advantage, I think, in the mirror. That would be another reason. But I think that reason is just like not that great of a reason because the advantage you have in the mirror, I don't think is that great. It's probably, if I were to guess, like 47, 53 or something like that. Is what I would weigh the odds. Somehow we always pair into Matthias. I don't know why that's the case, but we do. I think last time they might have been on Reanimate. I don't know what it was. But I don't know if this is a hand against them. The Cradle Hoof is like quite bad. The Glimpse is probably bad too against the decks they like to play. The Reclaimer would be phenomenal, but if they're Reanimator, we're probably dead anyways, so I think we mull. This is better, I guess, keep. And then I think we put actually the. We don't have a. I think we don't have a way to win otherwise. So maybe they'll put the symbiote back. Actually, I'll put the land back. Are the goblins worth trying to address post-port in Stompy, or is there more a symptom of losing that than cause? You're talking about hitting the creatures, Sadra? Uh, I think the goblins. Oh, now I'm kind of regretting. Keep putting back the land. I actually don't. I think that's a symptom to answer your question. I think that's what you're asking. I don't think leaving yourself exposed to Blood Moon is what we want to be. Obviously, these are the type of hands you lose to. Obviously, these are the type of hands we lose to Red Stompy, but like they don't always have it, right? I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. Oh, okay. I am screwed up. I like clicked through it, unfortunately. Not that it really matters, because we're like so far behind anyways. I actually don't think it really matters. Like we're gonna have to take a whole bunch here. They might even have like a removal, so I don't know. Sure. So here we're gonna have to double block the Rabble Master, and then we're at 2, right? Like these are the type of hands like you just accept you're gonna lose to a Moonstomp. Like we can't really beat these hands. So here we're at 2, and then I think we're just dead after that, right? Because they're gonna bash, and then yeah, they get attack with all. Not really much we could have done about this match. Like these are the type of hands you just accept you're gonna lose to Moonstompy. We could have played a little bit better. We fetched, but in this situation, it didn't matter. Our misplay. Like I wasn't paying attention when they cast the Blood Moon, and then we should fetch in response. But like I said, it didn't really matter in my opinion. I'm starting to think this crop rotation maybe should just be a second Force of Vigor. Although to be fair, it's still not great because what was I gonna say? It's still not great because the Trinisphere has us under a lock, right? Like, and again, I don't like Glimpse of Nature against this kind of deck. Did I forget anything? I think that's fine. Now, obviously, if they go like turn 1, Chrome Mox into Blood Moon, then Force of Vigor is like phenomenal. Free spells are pretty broken, so whatever that's worth. It's worth considering for sure. I feel like having a mana base that is stable is probably worth more than that. But I think in this situation here, We're gonna do that. Let's see. They, like, there's a chance that maybe we should have Green Sun. Sure. That's a. I feel like 2 mana spell or more or less is not where we want to be in general. Mm, we could get Gris here and tick down. Uh, yeah, I think I like that. We could also just endurance. If we tick down though, we run into the issue that they could just play another Rabble Master. Yeah, actually, we'll play it safe. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna. Well, actually, no. I think we go for the winning line now, and be mana efficient. Okay, there's that. I guess. A little bit of a problem now, but we drew out of it. Thank goodness. Jesus. I think in this situation, we can kill the bugbear, which makes more creatures every turn. And then I think in this situation, we're probably priced to block. Hold on, let me see. Is this. I don't know if there's a difference. I feel like there's not. My thought was that even though 3 ball is rough, if 3 ball is the card we're struggling in, sure, that's like decent, I guess. Oh my god, Jesus. Actually, in hindsight, I think I regret I blocked the wrong creature. So I think I'd save the 4 life there because I in that situation I get to keep that druid, right? Now I think we're just like too far behind. We're not gonna stabilize in time. Yeah. All right. Again, did not play the best there. Because the thing is, like, this requires them to continue using mana, and the other one does not. So that's like what I didn't factor in. Now we know. I think if I slowed down and thought about it more, I would have. Yeah, for sure, high star. I think. I think the mistake really was there's two. One was the poor combat decision on our behalf, and I think the second one is just like so we don't get cheese out of the game. We want to go turn one green sun for arbor. Like I got Q here because I want to save the green sun. I don't think we can. We're allowed to do that if that makes sense. Like we need to be essentially this matchup is like throwing haymakers early on from both sides, and I think the fact that we couldn't do anything turn two is essentially what lost us the game. Also, also we probably should have just potentially just played the endurance and blocked. So we just didn't play this well. But I think if there were a time to like experiment, it would be like right now because the 5-0 is already like out of the question anyways, and also this is a league anyway, so it's like very little stakes. The stakes is what like I guess every chess, every extra win is another five chests I guess, and then each chest is probably what like 10 to 12 tickets, whatever it is. Like, that's like to me low stakes in the grand scheme of things. I do think though, the, yeah, I have to think about if I want a second Force of Vigor. Seems like because of the popularity of the Moon Stompy matchup, might be worth it, especially if we play the well, especially if we play the Shriek Malls because they're worse against DNT. We're playing against Lactone. Another matchup where Force would be pretty good here. Sure. Not great, but I think we keep. We'll go for the 5-0 next league. I do think this deck is very good, so a little bit of a pilot error tonight. Hey, Romani, how's it going? For what it's worth, Andrea Mangucci actually played Jurg's list the other day. I want to say it was a Monday, maybe? And 5-0 on their first try with it. So I do think. And I don't know if Andrea has really played Elves before, so keep that for whatever that's worth. Uh, I think here we just ramp. Uh, it does, but I actually think the Moonstompy matchup is fine. Usually when I lose to Moonstompy, it's like one of two things happens. Either one, they just have the nuts like they did the game two, where just sorry, the game one where you just can't do anything about it. Or what ends up happening. Okay, so that's interesting. Or what ends up happening a lot is I find I misplayed somewhere. Okay. So here, there's no way to buy another turn except for collect. Sorry, endurance. So we'll go ahead and just like click OK. I don't think there's an actual out, but the crowd rotation in this matchup helps a lot, though. All right, We're gonna try. I don't think we're drawing live, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't really calculated it. It's easier just to play it out. It's quick. We need a heritage right here. Not what I wanted. Alright. We're on our last leg now. Once. See what we draw. Claimer, I guess. We're not drawing dead just yet, but I think it's close to it. I actually think there's a sequence of draws that we can get out of it. That's okay. Now we're really dead. We needed to draw a heritage there, and then we're actually live. And then we just have to chain enough one drops for a hoof, but then now we're dead. No, Romario, I'm playing quite poorly today. I think we potentially, well, we threw two different times already, but I think we probably, in all likelihood, I can't say we would be 4-0, but maybe 3-1 is like reasonable. Uh, the force here is good, so is the Caracas. The crop rotation, obviously. I don't think endurance does anything really in this matchup. The one is nice to like chump block for a turn, but that's about it. Oh, yeah. Romario, Maguchi did, yeah, with Yuri's version of the list that he played for. Congratulations to Yuri, by the way. I think we mentioned when we were streaming together last time, Romario, that Yuri and Jan Langer both top for the Malmo event in Sweden. So that's pretty cool to see. Um, I think we want the Progenitus in there as a fast clock. I feel like Glimpse of Nature is like slow in this matchup when we're trying to kind of race, but then uh, but at the same time have disruption because they're a little bit faster. And then I think this is like probably fine. I tend to board out Glimpse of Nature when I feel like our opponent is faster than us. So what I mean by that is like against these really fast combo decks or potentially with fast hands, we want to play discard. Or in the case of like Moonstomper or lands where they're just trying to go hellbent like turn 2 or 3. Uh, yes, Jan won at the bar from what Jörg said. Um, so I guess Jan has bragging rights. Uh, I feel like we can't mold this kind of hand. We just have to keep and hope the once is like good. I don't love it though. Obviously, if this hits Reclaimer, then everything changes. But um, I just tend to kind of keep whatever's. I don't think we just aggressively mold against like discard decks because they could just discard to whatever you played, right? Obviously, we're on the play here too, so that's a little bit different. And then we do have a rebuy in the Visionary. I'm gonna thin here first before the ones. Also, they sometimes have like these opposition agent. Yikes, that is really bad. Now I'm regretting not mulling, but again, like I said, I don't really like to mull in general. What in the world is going on? Why are they playing that card? Interesting. I think here we want to take down the Liliana. So I'm gonna do that. They're gonna plus. We're gonna put away the fetch land, or actually maybe the bayou even, depending what they do. Ooh, now we can't. I think we put the fetch land in case of agent. Discard kind of weak at the moment. I'm not sure I care about what they do. Oh, wow, okay, that's a really good draw. I think we take the acceleration here. Oops, wrong one. Shizo, sure. Don't think we care actually about that. They may equip and just hold back because they want to protect their Liliana. And then we can pitch the discard now. Again, like I'm glad I didn't waste mana on the discard there. I highly doubt they attack. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense too. I think the line here actually is we can actually have our cake and eat it too. We can grist, tick down, um, kill Liliana, and then just like have a great board state. I think I want to do that. Yeah, this is like a full blowout. Sure. We actually messed up. Actually, I forgot they could do that. So we should have exposed the grist earlier until the last minute. So actually a misplay on our behalf. Like our opponent if they were heads up could have punished it for us. Although it didn't really matter there, right? Like they if they kill the hex mage, then our thing doesn't die anyway. So I guess it didn't matter. Jesus, really? You got to be kidding me. We're like not met that many outs too. That's one of them. Actually, hold on. Can we do everything we want? Uh, Actually, well, I'm not even gonna think. As Romario likes to say, it's in God's hands now. It's more than lethal. Just attack all. They're gonna block the hoof. It's like 1,000,000 damage. Yeah. different if they had extra mana for the Saga Sphere, but all right. Man, the crop rotation really flexes muscles there, so to speak. Uh, it is hard for me to justify cutting the crop rotation after the game where it's was essentially spectacular there. Again, I think it is definitely reasonable that we could have won the other match if we played tighter. So there, we could just run it back because well, I guess here it is again, like where it's gonna be really good. I don't know if it resets a saga, but that sounds right. Sure, sure. These are the type of starts that are like very scary out of this deck. Actually, I'm gonna once first. That was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that. I guess it didn't matter aside from the fact that we reveal. They could needle our Misty now. Obviously, we have the crop if they want to go for those shenanigans. Torpor Orb. Interesting. Sure. Alright. I think we can do this. What I want to do is the Gris and kill the Confidant, but I can't do that with and have my cake and eat it too, so to speak, with getting the Arbor. So let's do it this way. The Obviously we could have saved the crop rotation. That might have been good. But then we lose the Arbor for mana, right? And then if we lose the Arbor for mana, we it would look like two, three. Yeah, we would not be able to natural order this turn. I think we plus here. No, I'm gonna fetch first because I don't want them to mill. I don't want to mill the. I'm gonna do this. If we get the reclaimer here, that might be okay. What do we reveal? Depths and Saga. Obviously, the Saga can name. They can get a needle here, which would make it awkward. Ooh. Let me think. We get the Progenitus, but the problem is we're gonna die after that, because they presumably can make a Dark Depths the following turn. If we get a Reclaimer though, it's gonna be too late to Caracas for. So yeah, let's get the Progenitus and hope that we can close out with. We can buy a turn with Endurance. Shadow Sphere, okay. Might just be dead. We know they have another land. Let me think. I think we have to buy ourselves another turn here with the Endurance. Actually, that doesn't even work now that I think about it. Because we're at 16, unfortunately. Alright, so we're just dead. Unfortunate. I think the moral of the story might be just like to hold the crop back in this kind of matchup. But it's kind of hard, right? Like you want to go fast too. 21. Like we got rewarded last game for going fast, and then here, unfortunate. Yeah, I feel like we probably didn't play that correctly. Probably better to save the crop rotation for the Caracas going forward. Um, but I would have to watch the hand again just to see. I don't think we knew that they had the combo. Okay, so they went that. So the first mistake was just playing the fetch out when we shouldn't have. Like it gave away information. I think, yeah. So I think that's the thing, right? Like here they had the map, so that's half the combo already. And I think we want to just go ahead and just even if it slows down our combo a turn, I think we want to save the crop rotation to deal with the merit lage later on. I think we win this game otherwise. So notably here, we would not have been able to progenitus, this, but we could play the visionary for no value, and then pass, and then they no, probably will go for it, and then we crop rotate the merit lage away. I think we win easily. So just lesson learned, I guess, not to be greedy, or or just to play defensively is probably the better way to phrase it. I think with that said, I think the list probably felt um, fine. I think there is like some merit to playing the snuff out over the streak mode, but I think we want for now just have a better Delver matchup, and then we'll just run it back. I do think like in every instance right there, the misplay I made definitely just like backfired on me. So unfortunate, but at least it's only a league, right? Hey, unbanned mental misstep. That is a very loaded question. Um, if I were to guess, it's. I think the one advantage that Reclaimer has in Elves, oh, I guess there's two, right? That is unique to Elves. I think being able to protect it with Wirewood Symbiote is a big thing. That's number one. I think number two is also, I think, in a vacuum, well, I guess not even a vacuum, but in the respective decks, Gaia's Cradle is probably the most powerful land out of all the lands around. So I guess yes, if you say that, but I do think the Endurance Reclaimer, like, and even Once Upon a Time potentially, depending if your lands or not, if we'll play that. Keep. I do think they're all kind of like the core green shell that I like to call the Sylvan Syndicate, and I think it's good in again in Cloud Post. I think it's good in Elves. I think it's good in Maverick. I think it's good in Green White Depths and potentially lands. So I think those are like those. I know, right? This hand is like way worse without Reclaimer. Imagine if that was like a Nettle Sentinel or something. Chalice, most likely. Sure. So I think here we decide whether we want to play around. I think we just do that. They can kill. Well, screw it. I'm just gonna play everything out. If they want to Fury me, they can. They could be that deck, but hopefully not. I want to draw a land is why. Also, if they just don't answer it, it's lethal, right? Also, if they do have the answer for the Shepherd, the Birch Lore is wasted anyways, so might as well play it. I can imagine that's the cheapest art. Yeah, I mean, I used to be guilty of playing the uglier guys cradle art, but I have no excuse now. Ever since Francisco Paulitz and Jarvis got on my case, like they're saying you can win a you can qualify for the mocks. You have no excuse but to play the best art now. So yeah, if you ever catch me playing what is deemed as suboptimal art, please let me know as I'm on the hook for that now. Oh, interesting. Now I'm glad I played everything out. Might be the wheels deck or some kind of like Mystic Forge deck. Yep, looks like it. Wasteland. You got to be kidding me. Wasteland. Interesting. Okay. All right. How do we want to do this? We could like collect or oof our opponent out of the game, I guess. There is a few different ways to do this. Yeah, collect or oof is one of them. The problem is the Karn like can potentially get something else, right? Like I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, I think we. Yeah, I feel like we cannot mess around here. I think we. Oops, cancel. I think we go ahead and get the collector Uber and just like hope that just completely hoses them. Why are they playing Wasteland though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. They could cast a bridge, but we can take out the Karn before it matters. I don't think they can cast everything in their hand. They can't activate LED, right? Also, shout out since you're here, Unbanned Mentalist. Shout out to the lands community. I know Ali's been like putting in work with his version of Elves, not Elves, lands, and then I know I think two lands pilots, if I'm not mistaken, made the top eight. At least Ali for sure, and I think there was one other one that won it all. Uh, well, they split, but won unofficially, right? Um, they don't remember that person's name, username. I think it's like Daniel or something. But shout out to the lands community for putting up some strong performances in Malmo and specifically in Sweden as well. Yeah, actually, I commented on Ali's Twitter post that because he said he's gonna try. He said Reclaimer is a one drop that just completely you if you don't have removal, right. And then I just replied, I actually think Reclaimer is no worse than the second best creature in Legacy. The only reason why it wouldn't be the best is because it doesn't slot cleanly into a blue shell. That is the only reason, in my opinion. Because if you think about all the other creatures that are up for contention, they're all weak to Reclaimer. Notably, Murktide Regent is affected by Bog, so is DRC, and so is Uro. Legacy legal, of course, right? Obviously, when Dreadhorde was legal, I think Dreadhorde is better than significantly better than Reclaimer, but against certain decks, Reclaimer might as well read Dreadhorde, right? And that is the only reason why I think it might not be the best because it doesn't slot in the blue shell. But I think in terms of power level, it lines up very well against the other creatures in contention, right? Like I think specifically Murktide Regent is the one that potentially is better if you must than Reclaimer. For sure, Sadra. I hinted at a while ago with like Green Sun, Uro, and like who the heck knows, right? Bridge maybe. Sure, I don't think we care about that. Interesting line. That is annoying. This is actually a cool line that's gonna happen right now. Um, I'm gonna go ahead. I can kill the Trinisphere. Actually, I can just kill the Karn if I care enough. It's just do I care? I can kill the Trinisphere and then I can't take down the Karn. It can go to one, I guess. Mm, what do I want to do? Actually, yeah, let's do this. I think get rid of that. Kill the Karn. and then pass. I actually don't think I care about the Trinisphere at this point. That's pretty funny, Segra. I just need a cradle. That's all I'm asking. I can't believe they're playing Wasteland. What is going on? It's a troll deck, I think. Sure. I don't think we care about that actually. I mean, ask and you shall receive, right? Oh, shit. Ah, I screwed that up. All right. That is on me. I like went too quickly there. Now they're gonna name the shepherd, which is annoying. They may name the grist too. Who the heck knows? Sure. Can they empty their hand? I don't think so. We're not gonna make that mistake twice. For sure, Sadra. We just need to draw to the Seiju now, right? Unfortunately, we threw this game, but it is what it is. Thank you for the follow, the Churro 11. Like we're gonna have to spend more time as a result, which is annoying, but that is my own fault. Actually, is that correct? Yeah, I apologize, chat. We should not be really playing this. If I if that makes sense. Like we should have won already. Sure. I don't think it really matters at this point. They want to waste as they can. Like that's not really what's make or breaking. Okay, that is though. Actually, no. They have the ensnaring bridge, so they can't even attack. Uh, actually, no. This Once Upon a Time actually digs deep here. So maybe I just want to do that and save time. Let's see. Can they make any creatures here? What am I like missing something? We have enough attackers. All right, so I think we can just like do this. We can just dig for the one for the Wasager here, and that's just game. All right, am I missing anything? We can just sure. The nice thing about this having the second Wasager is you can reasonably find in time. Right? This is draw five, more or less, in a situation like this. All right, that was harder than it needs to be. I apologize. I completely threw earlier by activating the Shepherd preemptively. I think in this situation, like we know that they're like kind of a prison deck. I don't even know if like Progenitor is like particularly great. I feel like it's not because because of the ensnaring bridge and like whatever nonsense they might have. I think the crop is probably decent here for a cradle. I don't think we want any of the others. I mean, like we saw Merit Lage, so stage could be like I mean, Caracas could be relevant, and I don't think the Progenitor is actually worth it. I could have, yeah. Like obviously because I'm streaming right now, I am probably not 100% tight. Just for entertainment, for like efficiency reasons, but obviously you have to play tighter in a when the settings matter. Doesn't really matter in this case. Looks like it's a Trinisphere turn one. Sure. I think here we probably leave with that just in case. I don't think it actually matters. Sure. Um, the question here is, do we play around removal? And I feel like the answer is probably yes. So I'm not gonna play the Arbor. Ironically, here the Progenitus would be very good. I think we fetch here. Let's see what they get with the saga. That is going to be the interesting thing, I think. Oh, they're probably going to get the Shadow Spear. Actually, now that I think about it. I don't particularly enjoy playing against these Trinisphere decks because I feel like my plays don't really matter. Like it everything depends on how the Trinisphere player draws. Yep. Jesus. I think we're probably just dead. Like I don't see how we're gonna beat this. We can like pitch the Arbor away, I guess. That's like the best play we can make, but then we're taking a whole bunch of damage here. Don't see how we live. We just hope they have to screw up. this kind of matchup. Like I'm not sure what is the best answer to Trinisphere. Obviously Besage is good, but we give him a land. Force of Vigor is like not the best because you still spend 3 mana, but I mean sometimes it's a necessary evil. So they can actually force the construct through here, but they should just really be attacking with awe. We'll make them sweat it out in case we have anything. Maybe they'll accidentally reveal something about their deck. I think, given what we just saw here, argument to be made. Maybe actually the endurance is not even that great against the constructs. I think we just live with the upside of. It is not definitely not great. I feel like we want the Progenitus in case it could matter. Although actually most of the time I think we're probably gonna get the oof, but I think I want the option. It's probably better than a glimpse. And in that vein of thought, I think we just get the other endurances too. The speed could matter. Like using it as Lotus Petal. I don't think Glimpse is gonna really do anything. We're gonna adapt on the fly here. Shriek Mauls don't do anything. I mean, even if they were other removal, it wouldn't matter. The crop rotation, I think, is like relevant for the Cradle. We shall see. Obviously, a card in this matchup that would be completely bonkers would be the Force of Vigor, because you can hit if you hit a Saga, you probably just win the spot. Now, in the previous league, the against the Merit Lage, like the crop rotation would have been relevant. But I think crop rotation to hit Merit Lage, I feel like it's maybe a little bit narrow. Force of Vigor, I feel is more has more applications because against these graveyard decks, a crop rotation they can if they're worth their the Gristlebrand money, they can probably sniff it out if you hold up green. Something's going on. Our opponent's taking a while. Jesus. I think we keep off the back of Shepherd. They could just keep a Chalice hand. It's a little bit dangerous to crop rotation against this opponent too because they have Wasteland. I think the ideal here is they go Chalice and we draw Cradle for the turn. Then we just like vomit everything out. Looks like it's a Chalice. Nope. Oh my goodness, really? Well, that's not the worst. My hope is they miss a land drop here and they can't do anything. Opponent definitely feels like they're playing like the 4 the 5 or something. They have been very in the tank. Rishon Port. Okay. That's pretty annoying. The question here is: are they gonna try to tap it, port us out of the game, or not? I feel like we have no choice but to get Cradle and hope they don't have the Wasteland. They probably have 4, but we unfortunately are missing land draws, so I don't think we have a choice. They probably needle the Reclaimer, and I think we have to take the risk that they don't have Wasteland here. The frustrating part about these kind of matchups is skill level does not matter, or it can't be leveraged. So it's like really oftentimes just up to the draws of our opponent. Ugh. That's kind of neat, actually. Do we want to put it back in their deck? Probably not. Actually, probably we do because now that I think about it, that's actually a really good draw because they could have Crucible, right? This is like very awkward for us. They have like Jesus. This kind of start. Although the good thing is because with the Trinisphere, if they try to go for lethal here, they have to tap their port, which is like super dangerous. But it is in their best interest to definitely play another creature, so we have to block. We're gonna not gonna block here. They can double port us though. We have to hope that they screw up. If we I think we lost. I hate losing to this kind of deck. Our opponent is thinking about whether to port or not on upkeep, but unfortunate. Ugh. Well. Ah. I think I have to look at game three. We lost game two immediately. I feel like that was a turn one Trinisphere. They might have even had turn one Trinisphere here as well. Let me look that again. Like this hand is like pretty good. Like we can beat turn one Chalice. What do we put back? Oh, we mulligan I think. No, sorry, we played it one drop. It is, but like it's so rare for them to get it. But they had it twice against us, and we needed to hit the third land drop. And we did not. It was just really awkward because not only do they have a turn one Trinisphere, they have a clock too because of the saga. So we don't have that many draws to draw out of it. And then they have the Richard import, Jesus. But yeah, those are the kind of losses I think you just live with if they went what Mox into. I think you just live with out of these shells because they're inherently inconsistent. Because here we could have just killed their Saga plus Mox Diamond, right? And then they're just locked if we had the. Notably, though, if this was the Force of Vigor here, it would have been a lot better. So something very important to keep in mind, I guess. That maybe that's the big takeaway, to be honest. Because we forced that. I do not think they win. I think we probably win that game. So before we forget, I'm kind of happy now actually, because I actually think that means this is what we should be doing, right? Because I think we're gonna be reanimated regardless. We don't need another crop rotation. Um, and I think this is more of a haymaker, right? Like I think the duress is nice because it's a high floor against combo, but I think we have room for these haymakers now, right? Um, the Shriekmaw obviously is a concession to Delver. Otherwise, he'd probably play Snuff out. It's taking a while to load. I'm gonna go ahead and let that run as I get some water here. Yeah, but the problem with Seeds is it's 3 mana, right? Like I want to play because we don't have the luxury of Force of Will Sadra. I want to play cards that are ideally 0 or 1 mana. The exception to the rule currently is if um, we have a tutor target that is like 2 mana potentially, something like Gadok T, or when we play Collective Cyborg. Um, that's like a thing. Uh, and obviously the Shriekmaw here is really a concession to Delver. I really want to just play, to be honest, Snuff out. But Shriekmaw I think helps the Delver matchup by enough without being too much of a liability against some of the other decks. Yeah, I like it. If you have a lot of Reclaimer in your area or Aether Vial in your area, I think Snuff out is better. I don't know what's taking this so long though. It might be because we lost the first match. Maybe that's why it's taking long for pairs to pair. But yeah, I think the big takeaway here is this crop rotation notably too is not really acceleration until like turns 2 or 3 even. Keep. Okay, we are playing against Yorion. Yorion anything tends to be good for us. So there is that. I'm gonna go ahead and just ramp. Because we have 2 payoffs. This Visionary is like half a payoff really, because you have a decent chance of drawing into other stuff that matters. Um, I like to think of Visionary and Wirewood as the glue that holds this deck together. All right, looks like they are on. I don't know. Could be anything really. Yorion Zenith maybe. I think here we just want to hit land drops, so we're gonna go ahead and be. Also, we want to be mana efficient, so I'm just gonna play the Vision instead of Reclaimer. I really don't like to waste mana with this deck. Right, Sadra. The fact is, I want. Um, I mean, I'm not really concerned about it. Like, I think Force of Vigor is where it's really at. Like, free spells are broken, so. I think here. We want to lead with the Wirewood, see how they react. Actually, that was bad sequencing. We want them to react to the Wirewood. So I should have actually sequenced the Reclaimer first. Because that doesn't draw a reaction, and we don't want them to swords before we can play the Cradle. Sure. I'll pass, I guess. Damage doesn't really matter. I'd be curious what they're on. Savannah doesn't really. Savannah hits a blue Zenith, but I mean it could be anything really. Ice Fang, yeah. So I think the best possible line here is we once and find the Shepherd. They might have a Euro here, or Earl, however you pronounce it. So glad non-blue has pitch spells now. Yeah, I agree, Sadra. Don't tell that to Jonathan Zhang though. He would be upset, but that's definitely good for us. Sure. I think here we want to once off the cradle draw a shepherd, and then well, actually, yeah, we want it once off the cradle, draw a shepherd, and then lethal them, right? I'm not gonna bounce because I want to once this turn. Okay, there's the shepherd. So this is kind of a sick line that we're gonna take right now. Um, this is kind of a disgusting line. Not everybody knows about this as well, but the point is Reclaimer adds to Cradle and gives you another creature to pitch, and then now you have lethal, right? Like I don't think a lot of people are actually aware of this line that you can on the natural order turn you pitch for Arbor to add to the Cradle count, add the creature count, and then you have another attacker, right? Because you have the Wirewood to untap. So pretty nifty line if you're not aware of that. I think if you've been playing Elves for a decent amount, you probably will be. But any newer player might something to keep in mind. It does look like they're on Yori on Zenith, so I think we're naturally pretty favored. I think we just want endurances so that they don't beat us with Uro. I don't think we want to. Well, we know they have Leovold, so Caracas is worth bringing in. And I think we don't really need Heritage Druid in this matchup. Like we should be very favored. They have Plague Engineer as well, so boarding out Heritage Druid is a good hedge. And a lot of times, if I'm being honest, you can actually win through Engineer. It's not really that big a problem. I used to board and discard against these engineer decks, but I actually think playing around Wasteland is more important because you can actually beat engineer reasonably so. Like obviously engineer plus some other stuff is becomes a problem, right? But by itself, it's not. But we drew. Okay, that's a little awkward. I think we take the fetch actually because it represents another creature. On that note, actually, I recently finished an article I've been working on with regards to sequencing, and it's gonna come out probably in a week and a half. It's I don't want to. I know this is gonna sound like hyperbole, but I think it's my most important article I've ever written for Elves because I go over sequencing. And in my Discord for Patreon, I've already sent out a kind of cursory preview of my rough draft before, and I finished it since then. But anybody who's read the rough draft will know, or at least can vouch. I think that I don't think it's hyperbole because I do think it goes over a lot of the gameplay that is associated with elves um, that is otherwise not what's the word I'm looking for? Not obvious, right? It makes it easier because you have a cheat sheet. I think we just bash here. Obviously, if they have engineer here, it's a little bit awkward, but I like to lead with Shepard in this situation because they're not. If they wanted to, they could have swords the reclaimer on their turn. Um, brainstorm probably. Nope, nope. If they wanted to, they could have swords the reclaimer on their turn. So I don't think they're gonna play around us having the cradle. And usually your opponent will let it resolve. It could be engineer here. We don't know. It's not the worst because we drew off the visionary. Might be a. What is. Oh my god, we're playing this against this deck? Okay. Hmm. So. We know everything's uncounterable now. Um. If we get a druid here. Okay. Oh my god, we boarded out the druid. That is awkward. Um. Okay, so the good thing is we have the wire where we can target the scourge if need be. We boarded out the awkwardly boarded out the druid because we thought they were on Zenith. So that is like definitely super awkward. We do also notably do not have the kill here. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this and see where this like leads. We could technically just I was gonna joke. We technically could just draw natural order as well, and then it's like lethal. And we're not gonna play around trap. There's no way a blue deck is gonna play Mindbreak Trap. Famous last words though. Okay. See, again, this deck top decks real well. Like, I was just going through our lines. I was like, well, we could just draw natural to win, right? Not even care what your deck does. All right. Misplay. Well, not even misplay. I think we. I think it was correct to assume Zenith based on what we had seen, especially with Ice Fang. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the deck list again, and then use the restroom. So something I want to iterate. If we had not drawn I was starting to mention it, and then we drew the natural order, but if we did not draw the natural order, our line would have been um, at some point to cast to Green Sun for Wirewood symbiote with our Green Sun, target the Scourge, so they have to sacrifice it with a bounce, and then win on the following turn, right? Like, essentially what happens because they play the Eternal Scourge, they're trying to combo us the next turn, right? Because they need a creature to start their food chain. They need a creature to start their food chain with, and essentially the Wirewood there would become a time walk. So pretty relevant interaction if you play a lot against a lot of food chain in your area. Um, we have 2 turns to draw a land. I think this is fine. Something also of note lately is our opponent said, "Good luck, have fun." Hopefully they're not in combo. Something of note also is I think if we invest in Streak Maw, it may be worth exploring to play for Once Upon a Time again. Now, I know that has a debate that has gone back and forth over the years, so to speak, right? It's been years now since we started playing it. The and I don't know if it's ever really gonna be truly answered, like one way or another. Who knows, right? I think here we just run out the. Well, actually, I think we want to run out the reclaimer. Force them to answer it. Big days that actually works out for us. Notably, our opponent didn't play a throw-on threat, which is big. Our hand just got worse. We need a hit land here. I'm hoping they daze again. Yeah, that I'm okay with that. I think our opponent will just seems like the type of player that will just daze or bolt whatever we play out, whatever that moves, so to speak. So we could potentially use that to our advantage. But we really need a hand drop now. Like we have 2 turns, and I play the percentages. Didn't work out, but we need a hit land drop now. That hand would have been pretty decent, I think, if we hit a land drop within 2 turns, because the visionary can draw us into more lands, right? Obviously, there's a failure rate because we have like, if it doesn't work out, I think we have to block here. That is good. I think we visionary here, main phase. And then, assuming we don't hit a land drop, then the Once Upon a Time has to dig for land now. And I think we're getting to an area where it is potentially worth. Um, oof. Okay. I think we're far away from casting this, so we're gonna do it now. Jesus. Well, don't tell me the last card is what I think it is. Okay, that's at least bearable. Thank goodness. That actually is a pretty decent draw. Actually, there's an argument to be made that I don't even attack, but I think we can live with 1 damage from DRC. They can also just bolt us, right? Like I think here. Wow. Okay, that's a strong draw. We're gonna play around the days here because we need to. And then we're gonna bash, and then once upon a time on our opponent's turn. Or now, since we have to do it now. Uh, Float the mana. And we're gonna have to hit land drop here. Notably, they're gonna hit the cradle. So I do think we want the fetch, maybe? So whatever grows. Yeah, I think we want the fetch. Now a ponder hurts us a lot here. Okay, they didn't have. They don't. This must be a force or something in their hand. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because the wirewood here actually adds to the cradle mana and something I want to do anyways. I think a lot of players, if they don't know any better, would probably fetch arbor, and that would be wrong there. Notably here, we're gonna try to stay in the glimpse chain. So do that and leave one mana floating. Could matter. We replayed a land for turn. Alright, I think we're pretty ahead now. I think the game is not over, but virtually over. This could have, I think, against maybe a more experienced pilot, this could have been a loss. Didn't feel like our opponent played correctly here. But now we've got out of the stumbling block, so to speak, right? The hurdle. This, like I said, against maybe a more experienced pilot, this might have been a loss because we drew kind of poorly. One of the important things I think about Magic, at least if you are kind of a competitive person, is I think there's a I think a lot of performance based results are often dictated into turning what otherwise would have been a loss into a win, which I think is going to happen here. So I'm going to do that. I think we get the second shepherd here because it could matter. Uh, I could, if I'm being technically sound, I would once first before attacking, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, if I want to be, technically sound, right? Here, the game plan that has been tried and true for a while, which is the board out the natural order package. And this is the only matchup really I do it where they have potentially some combination of Daze, Wasteland, and Stifle, um, and typically cannot beat an Endurance. Uh, I'd like to do that because, in my mind, if I can resolve Endurance or have removal, and obviously this is a big if, but if I play correctly, I don't think they can win. Now there are some subset of games where they're just gonna have turn one DRC, turn two flip, turn three double flip, and you never get to play Magic. But those are those are similar to like the Moon Stompy games where it feels bad, but it's the type of game where you just live with it, right? I think here I want to lead with the Wirewood because I'm assuming it's gonna die, right? Like our opponent, I feel like is just gonna bolt whatever is possible, and we want the Reclaimer to live. Yeah, see, like I actually don't care about the Wirewood. I rather have the Reclaimer live. Obviously, also, if they look like they're just trying to feel the yard for a Murktide, I think I'm just gonna bog now before like it gets bad, right? Like I'm gonna play the Reclaimer or some other whatever irrelevant potential top deck and hope they daze or force it, and then bog them. Now, obviously, it really depends how. A lot of it is by feel. Like if I feel my opponent is not the type of player who's just trying to rush a Murktide out. Okay, so also what's relevant here is four cards in hand. They'll have five. I wonder if they do anything with this. All right, so they put a Murktide in the yard, which tells me they probably have a one in their hand. We're almost like a control deck, right? The idea is if we hit land drops, we will win this game. Not always true, but I've found to be typically true. The hard part though is, and the issue that a lot of players have is you almost have to play perfectly in this matchup, which unfortunately I wish it was not the case. But and one of the reasons that puts people off this deck, they don't feel like they can play this matchup perfectly. And in my experience, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it's probably got to be close to 90-95%. Sure. What did they exile at? Looks like it. So the iteration didn't do anything. It looks like. Looks like a daze. No, the daze was for the other thing. Oh. Oh no, they put the expressive iteration to the yard. No, I take that back. I think here we want to save the fetch. They may force this. I don't know, but we have a second cradle, so I rather run. Okay, we have a bunch of shriek models coming in, right? Obviously, the best top deck here is like Glimpse. They're gonna bolt the Reclaimer. Sure. And I feel. Oh, okay. Yep, that played out how we thought it would. Interesting brainstorm here, main phase. It's almost like they want to hit land drops. Actually, no, I take that back. They wasted us, so I don't. I'm trying to curious what they're doing here. Like they don't need to main phase it. Also, if you're gonna main, they might have also just like tunnel vision, and then realized it afterwards that they should not have to. They should have brainstorm first before wasting. Hmm. Okay. I think here we want to see if they trade. No trade. Okay. I think we do it now. And then we hit the Delver. I think if they had Murktide, they would have already played it. And I think there is a chance that we can just hardcast it. Oh, that's a very good draw. I don't think we actually want to trade here because we have the endurance. Let's see what our opponent does. We're gonna potentially be able to hardcast the Shriek Maw. It's just debatable whether we want to. I think we fetch here. Uh, we're. I don't want to fetch Arbor because we're a little bit weak to end the festivities. Mm. Them fetching before the Delver trigger is kind of bad. Yeah, for sure, Mario. I agree. So it's like, do we want to play around end of festivities or not? And I feel like the answer is yes. I think we're in a spot where we're gonna win the game. So we want to see what they do, right? Like it's 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I do not think we want to get 2 for 1 here with end of festivities. So we're gonna bash. Yeah. So yeah, they should fetch if the Delver trigger is not good, right? And then I'm gonna go ahead and just like they take a bunch here, right? I think here if they end the festivities, we can live with it because we're already we're yeah okay. So we have it locked up. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be relevant. I'm gonna forget like one of these days. But I think Maul is like quite good in this matchup for the reasons that are not I think very obvious. I think this is the type of matchup where it's a little bit like Moon Stompy, where you're just trading haymakers early, but the difference is Glimpse of Nature is actually live in the late game instead because there's no Trinisphere or Chalice. And I think it turning on Glimpse, which initially was the second reason why I wanted to test Maul. It was the initial reason was because you can find off once upon a time, but I think it actually has become the more relevant reason because you want this, you want the deck to be a well-oiled machine so that the you have never have dead turns, so to speak, against Delver, and I think Shriek Maw increases the chances that you won't have dead turns against Delver. Obviously, as Romario mentioned, I don't think our opponent played optimally. Like they definitely should have saved the fetch for the Delver trigger. If nothing else, to fetch away a bad card that you don't want to draw because they're already behind at that point, right? Um, and number two, like I definitely don't think we should have won game one. Like we missed land draws for the first 3 turns, um, and had to pitch an endurance for emergency reasons, right? Like we just need to get to the late game somehow. And I think a better Delver player probably wins that game one because we didn't draw well. But squeezing a win out of game one is oftentimes, of course, not as extreme example there, but similar example where maybe you're a little bit behind and they make a misplay that gives you an opening is oftentimes the difference between maybe going, I don't know, 3-3 or maybe even 5-1, right? Like a tournament, like converting the lost games into wins, right? Especially for a deck like Elves where you don't really want to be in the middle tier and get grouped with all the high variance decks is probably the best way I can explain it. Um, if you can get into the winners tier, so to speak, right, like the X1 bracket or XO bracket, I think that is when the deck really shines because the sideboard is built kind of with that in mind, right? Although there is an argument to be made, like you have to get into that bracket in the first place. So that's why if you do play Mindbreak Trap or whatnot, I'm not gonna make a big deal. I don't love Mindbreak Trap the card, but it does have a lot of text against the decks probably you're most afraid of, namely the Rite of Flame decks. I think Ant is probably and Doomsday are fine matchups. Obviously, you can lose, but I don't really mind seeing either one. Um, Doomsday, my personal record against it is actually pretty good. Ever since I figured out how to board and how to play against it. Also, the printing of Endurance has helped a lot. I wrote an article that's now, I think it might be publicly available, I don't even know, but uh, I wrote an article on actually how I flipped the Doomsday matchup. And I think I might have not done it yet, but I know the Lance matchup is kind of like the 2022 version of that, where it used to be significantly worse, and then we had a amazing out of nowhere printing, namely Baseju who endures, and similar to the Doomsday and matchup, I found boarding out Glimpse of Nature has helped significantly for sequencing reasons, and just not being a dead card against something like Sphere Resistance, right? Um, the reason why I board out Glimpse of Nature against Doomsday is because um, in Reclaimer and Endurance Matters matchups, I've found the mana matters, and I don't really want to tap out, right? Ideally, you can extract full value out of Endurance and just hardcast it. So, for sequencing reasons, that's why I board out Glimpse of Nature against a lot of combo decks. Now, not original, the traditional build doesn't have that luxury as much because they don't have Reclaimer that can just like solo a graveyard matchup, right? Cool user. I think this is like one of PVDH's friends. They were on Elves, I know in the past. I don't know what they're on at the moment, but I know they played like Horley and Oracle back in the day. Ooh, not where I want to be. I'm like tempted to say that for a fetch, but obviously if our opponent is on a Blood Moon deck, we just lose on the spot. I don't think they are likely on a Blood Moon deck, but I'll play as if I don't know what my opponent is on. They probably are on Elves, if anything. Especially with the Bayou start. Yep. Okay. I wish we had kept a better hand if we had known this matchup. I'm gonna bash. I don't think they block. I should not have played the Arbor because that gives information more to my opponent whether to block or not. I think if our opponent knows what we're on, they had the advantage because they probably kept a turn 3 natural order hand, and we did not know what they were on. Wow, turn 2. That seems like a mistake. It might be a burst order here, actually. That's the only reason why I can think that they did that. Actually, in fact, it has to be a burst roll, right? They might have a second in hand. That's the only way to explain it. All right. Sure. The good thing is if they had Cradle, they probably would have exposed it, but they did not. I think the hard part here is like, do we all in Glimpse first, or do we get the mana first? I actually think the mana is probably more relevant. I think that's a mistake a lot of players would make. They wouldn't realize that the mana is important there. There is a chance we don't pass the turn, but we have to hit hot here. Um, all right, let's see. So let's see how many activations we have. Looks like we have 3. So I think we can go do that first. We played the Cradle already, I believe. Yeah, plays God's Cradle. I think we have 2 activations, so it's lethal from here. Yeah. So for those who don't know, I'm gonna bounce this. Get the hoof, and we have like a ton of creatures to attack with. So the big takeaway here is, um, I cannot stress this enough. If you want to play this deck, you have to be able to glimpse without you have to be able to sequence glimpse of nature without the what is the word I'm looking for? The training wheels, right? You have to know at all times, and it should not. You have. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you should not have to think about it too much and to find the correct line for glimpsing. And I think if that's something that scares you with playing this deck, unfortunately, I think the reality is if you cannot do that, this deck might not be for you. Like is the sad is the hard truth. To glimpse without the training wheels, so to speak, of Nettle Sentinel. All right, we're gonna board in the discard spells, and then pretend doesn't do anything in this matchup. I used to not board in the duresses, but without the snuff outs, I like them a lot. I just because it makes more hands keepable. And then I think how we board it is we want to go a little bit faster, and we board out one of the best friend of each best friend combo. I think this is fine. But yeah, I cannot stress like you don't need to be perfect, but it has to be pretty close. Like without thinking in terms of like sequencing glimpse of nature. And the good thing is I do have an article, like I said, that is coming out on Patreon. I think I'm gonna release it half at a time because it is a lot to absorb. This is like a mode of 5 already. I think we wanna put that back. Ugh. All right, that's even worse. But I do think that will help for anybody trying to learn the deck. And I know Romario has seen the finished product instead of the draft version, and he can vouch that I think it's definitely worth the read. Here, keep. I think we want to put that back, and then we want to put the Seiju back. Not great, admittedly, but I, I mean it's the best we can hope for like a Moto 5. I think we. I think a couple of things to keep in mind here is we know by going turn one Thoughtseize and just going Moto 5. Okay, they are. Their hand is just. You know what. I think we're accepting that the game is gonna go late, and that's why we. Sure, I don't think we care. That's why we are keeping the reclaimer, right? It's good to massage like low resource hands. They're not gonna kill us anytime soon. Like we know their hand, and let's see, this is like 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess they can attack us if they want. Here we're gonna put the reclaimer in, and I think the question here is like, do we play the druid? And I think the answer is probably not. They're gonna bash potential for 10 here, right? Or yeah, for 10 here. Actually, well, actually it's fine. Now I kind of regret not playing the heritage, but I guess I want the glimpse of nature, right? In case we draw it here, it could matter. They definitely have 10 on the board if they want it. It's just I don't know if they want it or not. Like, sure, okay, so they opted to play it safe, which is fine. Instead, they take two. It buys us another turn, and we get to like sculpt our board even more. Sure. I don't actually think we care about. They probably should not attack, in case they don't draw something relevant, so they can 10 us next turn. The dilemma for our opponent here is if they attack, yeah. So they're playing around. If their next hand card is dead, they want to be able to at least 10 us instead of 5 us, right? Okay, that's a hell of a draw. The problem with it though is if we play the visionary here, we cannot get cradle. So I actually don't think we want to do that. Actually, it's tough because I can play the Wirewood and then sorry, not War, the Heritage. Yeah, let's do that. Sequencing is not great, but they're tapped out more for all intents and purposes. I need to get Cradle here, so I'm gonna play into discard here. If they have discard, like so be it. Sure. We're gonna take 10 here, and that's fine with us, I think. They're gonna activate. That's okay. The awkward part is we played a fetch land that means that we have to at least block one next turn. But I think if we have to, we just chump block. It's not a big deal. I actually think we've won. Or we're not won, but we're ahead. Excuse me. Okay, the duress is awkward here. Uh, pass, I guess. We have numerous live top decks. Oh my god, hard cast hoof. Jeez. Okay. So 15, that's 20. Yeah, we're dead. I think we, I think we just needed a fade like that or natural order, and we probably win in most situations. Yeah, this is quite. Well, we were gonna fetch to be fair, so we don't know what our top deck would be. The line, if they didn't draw the hoof here, is we're gonna double block one of probably the Allosaurus Shepherd, force them to untap, and then double block with Reclaimer because if they want to trade, they can, but I don't think they will. And then we pitch the Arbor here, but doesn't always work out. I think how we boarded is fine. I think we played the percentages, and I felt actually we were probably more likely to win than not. Um, but it's a top deck war and they can win it. It's just I think we were top decking better than they were. I don't love it, but I think we have to keep. I don't often do this, but I think here it necessitates turn one Thoughtseize because we don't actually want them to take the Glimpse of Nature, and our hand is quite slow. So they have two Visionaries and a Seize. So they said they have to go for a minute. I feel like here. It's oh my god, this is awkward. The the duress here doesn't take anything. I think we have to take the Visionary here. Because they probably ramp, if I were to guess. Okay, so because they did that, now we're gonna take their Green Sun. They could take the duress. I doubt it though. I think that was not the right choice. Ugh. The rest is looking real bad right now, unfortunately. In 2 games in a row. It could be variance, obviously, but what do they have? Nettle Sentinel, Nettle Sentinel guys, Cradle Visionary. So I think something we don't know. I feel like we have to. don't think we care about that. Obviously, if they have a glimpse, then it's different. But if they had a glimpse, they would have main phased it. I actually think our opponent punted here because they can technically chain Visionary into natural order, so they didn't sequence that correctly, in my opinion. Like, if you draw natural order here, it's like real bad now, right? Because you attack for no reason. I think based on what I'm seeing here, could just be prisoner of the moment, but don't love that duress. Don't know what our opponent is doing because I can get another one. That's a card. I didn't cast it because I can't play the creature anyways. So here, whatever I cast, they're gonna take. I might as well take a land. We will see if we get rewarded for our tight play here. We're way behind now. Obviously, things can just change in a second if we top deck natural order, but that is a big top deck from our opponent. They can bash for 4 here. I don't think it's not gonna matter, right? Like one of us is gonna top deck natural order pretty soon. Or Shepherd, one or the other, right? I don't know if they attack here. Probably, yeah. It's like fairly free, I guess. Honestly, they could probably attack with a Druid too. I probably wouldn't block. Here, want the natural order. I think we are not in a good spot here. I think the duress is probably cost us this game, and I think there's an argument to be made. We don't board it in the future. It's like awkward, right? When I do, it punishes me. When I don't, yeah, it happens. Cause like So like sometimes we did top deck. I think natural order like one of the other games. So it is what it is. Like this matchup is like 50-50 more or less. We just drew pretty poorly, and I think it could be on us. Like maybe we just don't bring the duress, but pretty unlucky here. We definitely could have used the extra few draws there if the duress were a wirewood or a visionary. Also, worth noting, it could be relevant that we don't board in the duress only because we were on the play this game too. So that's like a consideration. Like maybe bring it only on the draw to slow down the game. I don't know what is taking our opponent so long. It's pretty mechanical from here. I just concede. We're not gonna get, well. I mean, in theory they could whiff, but I don't think so. Unfortunate. I think the mistake here is bringing the duress on the play. I don't think we need it, and then probably cost us the game. We also drew kind of poorly, but it's hard to say, right? Like a lot of things would change otherwise. Um, that was something I was thinking about as well as this unfolded. It was really awkward that we had to take visionary with a turn there, but so there is some merit to that. Scar, it might be correct because I think if we go with duress first, we probably take. It might end up the same way, to be honest. Because I think there is a chance we take. Well, we would have to take either the Green Sun or the Thoughtseize, and if they go turn to one Thoughtseize, they probably uh, maybe I don't think they take our discard, so it might have been the same thing. For that case, doesn't mean it's correct, not correct to do so, but it might have ended up the same in that particular scenario. Usually, you want to be rewarded for pretty tight play, and I think we played actually pretty well there. We just didn't draw very well, and our opponent had some questionable plays though. or maybe they're tired or whatever too. But um, I do not believe. I think we just pass here. Like the big misplay that I saw was the attacking with the Nano Sentinel when obviously the Visionary can just draw you into natural order and that's lethal. As a general rule of thumb, when in doubt, I'm gonna pitch. Well, two cases here, right? When in doubt, you pitch the non-basics. Also, referring back to the other case, when in doubt, you do not attack first. You Visionary first if you're not sure whether to attack or not first. So I think here we're gonna lead with the Druid. We're gonna play Ranger. If they decide to force or whatever, then they have to force the Ranger, and then we get the Reclaimer to resolve. I think here we're just gonna like do that. There's no reason to endurance just yet. Interesting. All right, so they do that. I don't think we actually mind that, to be honest. Obviously, we could potentially just walk into a Supreme Verdict here. I don't think we want to do that. Um, I'm go ahead and just like leave the Reclaimer in hand. These decks usually have like two Supreme Verdict. I think an important skill to develop also is to be able to read what your opponent is potentially has in hand. They aggressively force a negation or once upon a time there. The only logic I can think of is they probably don't have the combo yet, or it involves untapping with a Narset. Um, and they just don't want us to hit a Allosaur Shepherd, right? Like that would be the logic for that. I think here we just like play the endurance and just bash everyone. If they have Hull Breacher, so be it. Okay. They're gonna eternalize the dragon, which is fine. Sure. More reason to play the Reclaimer out, I think. This matchup is actually difficult, I think. And the reason why it's difficult is because you sometimes have to walk into the sweeper. Sure. I think here we want. I think here we want a Shepherd top deck. Visionary's good here as well. They might just force whatever we play. Hard to gauge. It depends. Like different players do different things. Okay, speaking of the devil. Yeah, they. I mean, they have to block, and then it's 9. So maybe they don't have sweepers. I don't know. I felt like we were one off, so maybe they just prematurely conceded. But I do think that game one is very difficult in this matchup because there are going to be certain situations you're just going to have to walk into a sweeper, and there's nothing really you can do about it. I don't actually think we care about the graveyard shenanigans. There's an argument. Well, I don't. Yeah, I actually don't think we care. I think we play for speed and endurance. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. Like having two heritage druids and just going low to the ground. We didn't play combo tonight, which is like kind of strange. I kind of wanted to because then you guys can see the and gals can see the impact of duress specifically, but sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. We did beat Delver twice tonight, which is nice. And at least validates that if we care about beating Delver, Shriek Maw is probably the correct call. Never believe that rhymes. Um, yeah, I don't think there's anything here I like care that much about. I do think though that ugh, this is like hideous. I do think though that the crop rotation should probably be um, the force of vigor. Even if the crop was good in the elf matchup, but I think actual disruption is better than. And I don't think we need the help against graveyard, so it's really just for merit lage decks, right? Excuse me. I think notably here we're gonna save the fetches for Arbor. Oh my goodness. Yikes, that is really bad. Sometimes this will happen to this deck where we flood out a little bit. That is something we live with primarily because we accept that we're gonna have a better Delver matchup as a result of playing. Uh, Thank you for the follow, Xenowan. As a result of playing more lands. Sure. Um, Notably, Bog is like relevant, but I actually don't think we care about this, to be honest. Like if they want the 5/5 creature, then they can have it, or 4/4, I guess. Right? No, 5/5, I guess. Notably here, we're gonna pitch the Cradle. Actually, yeah, I think we're gonna. Well, actually, no, we're gonna pitch this. In case the mana, we need the extra cradle for whatever reason. I think here we do that and see what happens. I don't think we want to walk into a sweeper here, like especially post board. If our opponent's Supreme Verdicts, we pitch the Arbor. I think these are the type of matches that are most difficult to play around sweeper when they have a combo of their own and we're under some sort of a clock, right? I think here. I think here we want to pitch that and just leave all the options. We're getting the Arbor here because if they had a sweeper, they probably wouldn't have wasted the Prismatic Ending. I think we bash with everyone and see. Oh, here are my socials, by the way. Sure. They kept the all removal hand. But they're gonna have the timeless dragon come online soon. We're like flooding out hard though here. So notably, they didn't bounce. I think that means they have the combo. Ugh. Okay. It's like really tough to beat these kind of hands where it's tough to beat these hands where they have removal and the combo, right? But more than anything else, we just flooded out this game, really. Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. Like, um, we kind of knew, right? That's gonna happen. No, here we're gonna play around. I think we want the mana. There's a Narset on the board. Alapkas. There's no need to do it. Like we can't draw anyways. Usually, if they get the combo on you, it's probably game over. But in this situation, it may not be. The damage doesn't matter. I want full mana, and we want to see how they react. I don't think we swing with all, right? Like what? Like they can only deal with one, presumably, unless I'm missing something. That is an insane draw. So they have the verdict and the swords. Jesus Christ. The problem is they had the combo, right? Deal one to them, or if they plow smooth, then you lose on either damage or card draw. Um, no, I guess what I'm thinking of is like we have the visionary in hand too, right, Romario? But I have to think about what you said. That's an interesting counter example, though, so to speak. I think here we take the verdict, we force them to pop the EE. They don't have pressure notably, but they're gonna plow the Waterwood end step presumably. I would not bounce. Well, actually, that's a great counter example, Romario, about the bounce the visionary. Yeah, you're right. So Romario obviously here is the true MVP, so to speak, right? I think we don't bother. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think we even bother here. No, you're absolutely right, Romario. I didn't think about that exact scenario through. So I think it's like this. They're gonna pop here. They notably did not swords, which is like interesting, right? Like they might swords now, or sorry, pop EE now is what I mean. Sure. No, so Romario is exactly right. What Romario is referring to is I get the extra draw. Otherwise, they can plow the Wirewood and then put me in a position where I don't get the extra draw anymore at the expense of mana. Yeah, that's what I'm figuring out, Max. That they want to use the EE, but I think that is not going to be correct. Yeah, I feel like they're playing a game where they're trying to get maximum value of the E, and they may lose because they're getting a little too cute. They play the Tundra, so that's gone. We know this is like some potential hand of theirs. Maybe they pop here, but that would make no sense. All right, so here they're electing to play the dress down. And they can swords in response. I think if they do swords, we play the heritage and see what they do. Well, actually, no. We want creatures on board. I'm not gonna do anything. We want creatures on board. Notably here, um, we can actually pop the EE now, or get the shepherd. Do we even care? I don't even know we care about the EE. Like honestly. Yeah, I agree, Max. Because it doesn't matter due to and stuff. It's just like I'm debating now. Do I even care about this EE? Like that's going on. Probably do, and I can just hit the E, and they can't get value anymore. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, if I pop the E here, or pop the dress down even. Well, dress down they can just E in response. No, actually no. I like popping the dress down here because then it turns on all the other stuff. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Sure. If I get the Heritage Druid, I have more mana for the turn, but then I'm down once they pop the EE. Might be right still. Actually, I think I like this play because I can just do this and get the Gris online. And like now they have the 5 on 2 axis. Plus, yeah, I that's way better actually. If they want to pop the EE for Heritage, they can. Oh, they actually can Supreme Verdict here. I keep forgetting about the Sanctuary like super late game. Sure. I think we want to do this and force the Once Upon a Time through. Sure. Uh, I think on this board state, the insect is better. It's a lot of hate to fight through, but I think I might have just misplayed earlier too. Like the without bouncing, because you have the option of playing playing another creature anyways. I think they're gonna brainstorm here, presumably. Sure. Might be a ponder targeting a brainstorm. Yeah, a ponder. So here we draw a creature. Nobly can take out Jace. Although we get blown out by removal, I think we have to take the Jace off the board. Shoot, 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 shoot. What we need is a creature form of Thoughtseize, right? So we can turn on these glimpse of natures. It's 2 mana though. Exists, but 2 mana. I think this is gonna go to game 3. Oh my god. Jesus. Maybe they Jace bounce here again? I don't know. Or that. We need a creature very badly here. Oh my god. Jesus. That just might be game now. I should tempted to just like play the Boseiju, but I think it doesn't matter too much. I think in case they have something. We're probably just way too far behind now. Okay, that's game. They have undo. This I guess this is like a different version of the deck. Yeah, we're too far behind here. Um, I do think how we boarded is okay. Uh, they have like some number of snapcasters, and they weren't like super fast. We didn't see hull breachers, so I think there is some merit to just play more threats. Maybe like that. Heritage Druid not the best in these kind of matchups because it kind of incentivizes overextending. Do the endurances make sense to you? I think it's more of a threat than anything else. I don't love it to be honest, but I do think it's probably better than endurance. Sorry, the heritage based on what I've seen from our opponent. They're playing 5 drop Teferi, which means their deck is presumably slower. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're advocating for endurance. Yeah, I boarded 2 copies in, just now. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think based on what we saw, I like it better than the Heritage Druid. I thought they were just on the Turbo Hull Breacher version, but I adapted since then. Yeah, for sure, Max. I kind of agree. Maybe not the whole set because it can get a little clunky, but I definitely like where that went. I think here our hand is kind of ideal against these kind of control decks. Um, Again, we want to be just mana efficient, right? These are the type of games against control I enjoy playing against, win or lose. It's like very skill intensive, I've found. Um, and usually both sides have plenty of game, I think. Hmm. Our opponent must be missing land drops, perhaps? I don't think I'm bouncing anybody. I want lethal. Wasteland? Okay, now I'm really glad I didn't bounce. Uh-huh. That is, I did not expect that for sure. Um, if we draw a Cradle here, I think we get punished for not bouncing. No, well, actually, no, we don't. We don't want to do that. I think I know what I want to do. I'm not gonna bounce. There's an argument to be made. Actually, I think we want the mana. Hope they don't priest us here. Sure. I don't think our opponent played that correctly because they missed a land drop as a result of not doing. Well, actually, no, they played that. That actually doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they should have played this main phase, so they don't miss a third land drop. Thank you for the follow, Nano Flare. The the green sun for Arbor there is like very relevant for mana reasons. The debate here is: do I play into? I don't think I bounce. I think I want lethal. So let's do it this way. Actually, hold on. We don't have any more heritage druids. Actually, cancel. The shepherd there is pretty good. I think the Wirewood to bleed our opponent is better though. Actually, hold on. No, I want the land. If they have, this is testing for priest, right? If they have priest, they probably flash it in now, and then we can attack with both. Obviously, if they have snapcaster, then we trade. But looks like Supreme Verdict is coming, but that's okay, I think. We kind of knew it was coming. Ugh. Hmm. If they have the swords, that's gonna be real bad for us. Can pitch per gen is yeah, that would be pretty awesome, Max, for sure. Tell me how the swords. Thank you. Okay, another one. DJ Khaled would be proud. Maybe they have a Snapcaster hand. They're gonna do it again. Sure. I don't think we care about that actually. Snapcaster? Oh. I think we're probably lost. We're kind of behind from here. I had a turn where I think I could have got Gris, and I didn't. I already clicked through, unfortunately. Ugh, a turn. Well, not really. Yeah, there was a turn where I could have grist, and then I like clicked through it too quickly with Green Sun. I think we are dead. Feels bad. I don't think I played great. Yeah. It was a turn we visionary, and I think I had a Green Sun in hand. I should have grist, and then didn't see the line until I clicked through it already. All right, not great. Um, a lot of it's on me though. I definitely think like we we easily probably could have won all of those 1-2 matches there. And if I, well, the elf matchup is kind of like coin flippy, but I feel like we should have won this match here, game three, especially when our opponent messed up by not main phasing the timeless dragon activation. The only logic why they would do that is I'm not sure, to be honest. You should be trying to hit their land drops, um, unless they wanted to keep up. What is it called? Uh, Bluff that they have permission, right? Or containment priest, but that doesn't seem right to me to miss a land drop in place of that. And also here, well, I forget what this match was. We won the first. Oh, I think this is the punt against the Chalice deck. Um, I'm actually not too concerned. It's all good, Max. I'm not too concerned about the list. I do think this crop rotation should probably be a force of vigor, but I think the rest is probably okay. Um, Argument to be made. Maybe the duress is actually should be a force of vigor, but I do think we want to be combo. I think one of the identities of this deck is being able to beat combo. So probably don't want to give that up, but free spells are free spells too, and crop would have been pretty good against the Merit Lage deck, to be fair. Um, the one thing that played out the way we wanted to was the Shriek Maws were very good against Delver, which was how we mapped it out. We didn't play against DNT or any of these creature decks, so hard to say how much of a liability it becomes against DNT, which is probably the matchup where it gets you notice the big change between Maul and like one of the instant speed removal spells because of a GT activation. But I think with a second Force of Vigor, that might be okay. All right. Anybody have any questions for me? I do think we got pretty punished by my misplay earlier. So have to clean that up. I do think though the list felt pretty good otherwise. We did beat Delver, which was nice, right? That played out kind of how we thought. Who's streaming right now? Uh, who's playing Legacy? Also, I'll bring up the deck again. Anybody have any questions for this? I don't really see anybody playing Legacy, so I guess I will raid the Will Hall EXP. All right. Thanks everybody for joining in. My fault. I apologize for not converting. I definitely felt like that was a very 5-0-able, if that makes sense, league. Like little mistakes here and there just like cost us in the end. All right. Hopefully everybody enjoyed, and uh, until next time, I guess. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow. Actually, we'll see. Depends how tonight how it goes.